Welcome everyone to our lightning talks. We are back again, and I'm quite delighted to see so many of you because it's still early and we are behind plan already. So quite fitting for a second day after the hangover talk, and I won't let you wait any longer. We will start with two first-time speakers today. One of them is also, I know one of them, I don't know, is it your first NeosCon also? Okay, first NeosCon, first time speakers. So we start with Luis Linke and Designer Whispering for Front-End Devs. Give a warm welcome.
Yeah, thank you everyone. I think you can hear me, okay. My name is Luis Linke. I work at 3im5 Media GmbH. My colleagues and friends also call me Luis Lightning, that's why it's just a perfect fit. I'm talking a bit about what questions to ask a designer when you get their design system of a website or any app, really. So that you can get there quicker with fewer feedback loops and so on. Things that just kill time unnecessarily. Why is it bad for the backend folks out there? First of all, who's a front-end dev here? Who of you opened a fresh design and immediately had 12 questions about it? And who of you regrets that you didn't ask enough questions in the first round later on? Okay, a few. But that's enough. But for the backend folks, a quick follow-up. Why do follow-ups hurt so much? Every follow-up is a context switch, so not only you have to switch the context of the current project you're working on. The designer he left the design like weeks ago and has to get into the scope of this whole design again, and that just takes unnecessary time. If your designer comes from an external source, it's even worse. When just a quick question from a designer in-house, that would be in an external source, it would be just an email thread of horrendous scale, and we want to avoid that. Every design is just a snapshot. There are better and worse ones, but in general, they are just snapshots of different states of how the website should behave, and so you don't have the full picture. To give you some questions you can ask the designer, I'm gonna propose some scenarios. The first one is there an underlying grid or layout system? You really have to channel your inner Sherlock Holmes sometimes to deduce, is there any grid design system or anything? I've had some designs where in the end it turned out that there was a column system, it was just hidden behind a click, and we didn't know that, and we just did it by heart, it would have been easier to just ask, is there an underlying design system? Is there anything you thought about while designing it, or just put into a sentence, be honest with me, is there a grid hiding under all this with the opacity turned to 0, or am I about to deduce a column count from a ruler and poor faith? Just as a scaffold. What happens between the breakpoints? As I said, there are just snapshots that just So a question to ask is, what in the name of all the holy lies beneath the safe heavens of your two breakpoints? Because the browser is going to render every single pixel, whether we planned for it or not. How do some elements stretch, or do they don't stretch? It's those kind of questions. CMS bonus round for the Neos frontend or CMS frontend devs here. What about the real content? People think that the quote, if anything can go wrong, it will, comes from Murphy, but it's actually any sane front-end devs who says that. And so some questions to ask would be, what if the user isn't called Max, but Maximilian Alexander Freiherr von und zu Birkenstein? What's your nicely designed box going to do about it? Yeah, like the layout shifts, what happens, where do the elements grow to, and yeah, so on. What happens when an editor lovingly uploads this 4000 by 90 Black Forest panorama into the slot where he drew a nicely tidy square? Also something to consider, aspect ratios of images, very important. Maybe the designer thought, okay, no, this has to be one-to-one, and yeah, you think, oh no, it's gonna be stretched and it's gonna be fine. And then the designer says like, oh no, that's not it, and you have to rework the whole thing, and it's a whole mess. Lastly, and what does it look like when it's empty? Because at some point it will be like anything that can go wrong, it will. If there is an editor who can do things, he will do things, and so he will leave something empty, and what will that look like if there is no picture, actually, or something like that. Yeah, the last one is, do you have a system or is it just vibes? Yeah, you don't want to have the scenario where you just think, okay, he just vibed it, just like by pure, it's like arbitrary number, the gap between two elements, and then the designer says, no, there's actually a system behind it. So just ask the overarching question: is this 24.43 pixel gap by deliberate design, or did it just look right at 2 in the morning? No judgment, I just need to know whether I'm honoring a system or a mood. Yeah, very important to ask if there are any one-offs of sizes or anything really, then just ask the designer, maybe it was his mistake, or he yeah, deliberately did that. In conclusion, if you ask those questions, you're not the annoying one most of the times, I think. Trust me, bro. Questions with designers, those questions build trust. They build trust because people who get it, if the designer sees, okay, he's thinking about this and he points out some flaws in the design, then most of the time they like you more. If you put it nicely, maybe not with the examples I gave you, but ask Claude or something. And last of all, remember, we're all just people. People can mistakes, and people, yeah, communicate with each other. It's always been like that, and it's no different for between front-end devs and designers. Yeah, because that's where the real-time savings live. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. That was lightning fast. And we have a little gift for you.
Finally.
Remember, you can also put in some questions with the app. I will ask them, but you are still here today, so you can grab Luis and question him about his experiences. Yeah. Thank you. And
Thank you.
Next up will be Oscar. As I mentioned before, also first time NeosCon attendee, first time speaker. And he will also be here during the contribution day and the sprint, I heard. So it's the full package for his first time. And he wants to talk about importing Word documents. I already heard some interesting noises during the opening, so I think some of you are excited about this talk. And I heard they plan to open source the package that does the importing, and he will need some help in doing this. So that's the goal for the contribution day. So anyone who wants to help him do this for the first time, you're welcome to help him tomorrow. So we are just fixing some mic problems. So I have to bridge the time gap. Ready? Then let's go.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Today I want to explain how we are importing Word file contents into Neos. First up, why do we even need this feature? Some editors just plain prefer to work in Word. It doesn't matter how nice we make the Neos backend and how fast it is, they just don't want to switch to it. They do everything they can to not have to work somewhere else except Word. Also, some external or freelance writers that provide article contents for us just don't have access to our Neos system. And sometimes when we have a one-off writer that just writes one article for us, it doesn't even make sense to give them a Neos access for the one article that they are going to write. They just do it in Word, and then they will send us the Word file. To be able to import this Word file, some rules have to be followed. First up, the styles are important. Up here you can see just a default headline, but here it's important that we use the Word internal styling templates, so Neos can map those directly to Neos nodes that we have prepared. I have a small Word document here with a headline, a few subheadlines, a text, a few bullet points, and right here I can mark one of the headlines, I can make them to a subheadline, and when I save this and then try to import it into Neos, here I have a node that's called Word import. I can give it a title, Word import. I can choose who made it, doesn't matter at the moment. I can give it a date, and then I can upload the Word file, or I can also choose a Word file that we have already placed inside the content repository. Here it is, and then when I click import, a placeholder node should appear here. This placeholder node is here while the whole Word file gets imported. At the moment, we use a placeholder here because it's asynchronously. The import, it's done over time, because sometimes we have to import like 500 Word files, and then we need something like that. When we open source it, like I want to do tomorrow at the contribution day, we of course will remove that asynchronous work and do it all here in Neos directly. When the node is imported, you can see the title is here, the few texts are here, the bullet points are here, the numbered bullet points are here, and all the text is set. Also, the headline that I have marked in Neos in Word as a subheadline is also here, marked as the node type that I have set in the code. It's right here, and it has its own node type. How we are doing this? At the moment, at the heart, there's. Can you read that? Yep. There's this part. It iterates over every single element in the Word file, and in here it just checks whether the iterated part is a headline, a parsed subline, or something else. For example, if I jump into the headline parse, at the moment it just sets this content type to Überschrift, and later in the asynchronous workflow, it just imports it into Neos, and by setting this as Überschrift, it will import it as a headline or a subheadline, just how we have defined it here. Tomorrow, when I want to open source this, I want to make it possible to have a YAML file where you can define what styles in Word map to what node types in Neos. So you can just change whatever you want to import and how you want to import it and change it all to your node types as you want it. And that's it.
Very, very cool. And it will, yeah, I can see that there are use cases where editors will need that. And we have a question for you. So can an editor include images in their Word document, or do they have to provide those separately if they want pictures in their article?
It was possible to also include images. It doesn't work at the moment. I don't know why. I'll fix it tomorrow maybe. But yeah, why we include it as a Word file, it's just for a rough draft in the Word, and then to clean it up in Neos itself, because some things are just available in Neos that we don't have in Word, like linking other articles, and that's just possible in Neos.
So that's really great. And one word from our audience, amazing. And also for Luis, funny talk, very interesting. So it was very cool to have you here, both for the first time, maybe next time, an extended talk. Or again, a lightning talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, your presence. Thank you. And next, we are switching to our seasoned speakers. One who is not commonly known for his lightning fast talks. We are already behind the plan, so I'm a bit anxious if we build up more time. So I hope we have some left, because we have 4 talks and not just 3. And I don't know where Maya went. Oh, last row. And I'm also very excited about her topic. It was also classic late evening, late night talk submission. I like those. And Christopher's ready. So give a warm welcome for Christopher.
Yeah, hello everybody. I'll try to keep it short, but yeah, we'll see. So I did a thing somehow with AI tools. You try all kind of things you have in your head. That's interesting, but also an issue. But I find this thing interesting, and I wanted to share it with you and get your feedback and see where it goes. So the basic idea is many of you work with agents, and there are some tools to persist memory, but most of you know you have sessions, you did some interesting thing, and where does this knowledge go? Do you just capture it? Do you use something of auto memory? Do you write it down to some markdown file? It could work in the beginning, but it can be a mess. And if you don't have that, you have traditional issue tracking, wikis, documentation, emails from customers. You do a lot of copy and pasting from these tools to get the context into the agent to do the actual work. So I was fed up with that, and I don't like issue systems, to be honest. I tried some ideas. So instead of scattering it, I thought about, let's put everything into one place. Of course, a graph is a good idea. It's a much simpler graph than the content repository, fortunately. It's only stored in the Git. And the idea is, as you work with the agent, there are some skills involved that put you to a dialogue of your actual work. Could be a concept, could be research, could be coding, whatever. And you together with the agent decide what to capture in the graph. And each graph entry is one file which is immutable, which can reference each other, and which is never touched, only appended, and the actual state is derived, so is is a thing closed? Was it addressed? Is it open? You can connect like all these loose ends, and it covers basically every layer, from strategic questions to small details and bugs. Everything can be put in there. So basically you work in kind of loops. You capture something, or you start, something is broken, a customer observed something, we have a new question, the agent goes into dialogue with you, tries to research what's already available in the graph. There's a vector search integrated to find related information. You can directly engage with an entry that's already captured and say, I want to proceed with this. You do something, you capture new entries. So I would call that moving the graph forward. That is basically everyday work, is moving the graph forward. How can we close open ends? What can we capture as new insights, ideas? How can we synthesize things we already had or did? So there's a taxonomy. I won't go into details here, but yeah, it's also a thing that's yeah, work in progress. What is the right vocabulary to capture everything? The main idea is you have two parts. The one is like, this happened, this is a signal, this is a gap, this is an observation, something crashed, the customer gave me a call, I got an email. The other is something that you did, this is a decision entry. You committed to something, you made a plan, you built a contract that is a guideline that should always be followed, so on and so forth. And what I would like it to feel is like having a dialogue with more a narrated nature. So if you started right now, you get a catch up. Where do we stand based on your role in the project? And it captures the most important loose ends with some ideas like what is most reference, what is hot right now as topics in the graph, and the agent gives you a narration. And you can pick up from there, choose your direction, go into dialogue, and go into the loop to continue. And the main idea is that everybody does what he or it can do best. Agents get the perfect context, can do more and more autonomously, but they shouldn't decide for you. I hate it when they just have assumptions and do decisions you never were involved. And humans make the calls, provide taste, and do the decisions, but also record the decisions. And even without agents, I never saw that projects had a good decision history. So you knew why things were done, why they were chosen, what alternatives were considered. So this happens basically while working without having any discipline. Yeah, basically you cannot close a session without going through the capture flow, but yeah, even I can do that. So, and I cannot update tickets. So, so there's a lot in there already that is usable. As I said, it's an experiment. It's an idea and vision I had in mind, and I just wanted to try and give it a shot, how it feels. We are using it in a few projects already, and see how it works with more people. I can surely say for personal use, it's perfectly fine. Collaboration has some rough edges for syncing and when doing parallel work, but yeah, there's already quite some ideas in there, and basically you can check it out, run it, and ask the project where it stands, where it's leading. So, and where's this heading? I want to give this more than a technical coding agent feel. You should be able to engage visually. There should be access for people that don't use Claude Code or any coding agent, like connecting to any general agent as a connector with MCP or something. Because I see that really for all project stakeholders to interact this way with their role. Or also like running this in a meeting as a sidekick, or capturing meeting notes directly, getting feedback. Oh, you already talked about that. That was a decision that was already discovered. That would be very valuable, I think. And basically, if you have this perfect context, why not run agents automatically, push a branch, and you directly see experiments and can choose what you like and what not. Yeah, so try it out. I would be happy to hear from you, and I hope it leads somewhere. Yeah, okay, thank you.
So I have some questions for you. Wait,
Okay.
don't run away.
I thought that was a
No,
goodbye.
I just waited for my mic to work.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think you answered this question already, kind of. Do you have this once per project or once for your full company? And the second part, I think you answered, is it per person or shared?
I didn't get the second question.
Is it per person or shared?
Yeah, so basically it's shared in a Git repository, and I have some ideas captured already to have cross-repository references. Like you can work in different repositories, have like a shared repository, a meta repository where you reference all detail. I don't know. It's an open question, but I know that it's relevant because yeah, if you capture knowledge, you want to reuse it in different repositories. But the basic idea is it is shared. You work in Git, you have branches for collaboration, and that works pretty good, I think. Yeah.
And the second one is, what about discussions and decisions which happen away from your computer with humans? Do you sit down afterwards and update Claude, or how would you handle those knowledge graphs?
The basic idea is to mine external information that could be existing issues, meeting transcripts, whatever. You would need to use tools to capture that, put it in there, go into a dialogue, and afterwards get the captured entries. So that's the basic flow. But I also used it when watching YouTube videos. Oh, that's interesting. I just downloaded the transcript, pasted it in there, and captured the knowledge and connected it to my ideas. So that was, I would say it works if you use some tools. Yeah.
So, and as you said, it's a first draft, and you would like to get in touch with people, talk about the idea, and develop it further. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you for having me here.
And now we have not the, what was it, belly dancing talk. This is still reserved for Sebastian at some point in the future. But we have an equally nice headline for this talk. It's called Cross-Pollination. And Maya will tell us what, Maya and her sidekick, I thought, will tell us what this is all about.
Hi. I will be honest, this is an underprepared presentation of a topic that I'm overly enthusiastic about. I'll also be honest, I'm a little bit tired, so I will be holding on to this table for dear life. I feel it's resonating, okay. And another disclaimer, because disclaimers are always good for expectation management. This idea was birthed very late last night. None of the involved parties were sober. But then I woke up and I remembered, and I still thought it was a good idea. So here I am. Let's deal with these consequences. We were inspired by Robert's keynote. He pointed out there was a key question that he asked that garnered him some feedback after his keynote, where he asked how many agencies in the room had developed their own CPM server. And something like 15 hands shot up, which is so stupid, because we're doing the same thing, and how different are they going to be? We're a very small community. There's not so many agencies that work with NEOS, and in order to thrive and grow, we can't really afford to be doing the same thing and solving the same problems. Now that I'm a project manager, this pain hits me financially too. It used to only hit me in my coding honor. Now it hurts me financially. We're wasting our time, we're wasting our love and joy and energy, and we're wasting our clients' money if we all do the same thing and solve the same problem all over the place rather than share them. So, solution-based thinking. I would like to pitch some kind of format up for discussion. This is very much an open room kind of situation where we create some exchange between agencies. I think it would be good to get representatives from everybody, from all of the agencies that want to, into a space together to cross-pollinate our ideas. Because I'm sure if we can establish a format where people feel safe and comfortable enough to share, look, we're dealing with this problem. We are facing, I don't know, the stuff that we all need to do at some point, like a stupid HubSpot integration. Why is there 800 of those? All of these things that we all keep doing over and over again, why don't we pool our resources or ask for help, create a space where you can say, look, my client needs this, has anybody done this before? Before we pour hours and weeks of labor and love into this, does anybody already have a cool solution? Or even a space where we can say, look, I have this problem and I don't really know how to solve it yet. Have you seen this problem? The same space could allow kind of like a micro-con, a space where you can brag a little because we solved this really cool problem and I'll tell you about it, and maybe next time you run into a situation like this, you can remember that I spoke about it and we can get in touch. So this is my pitch. I will happily take responsibility for creating a format. I think they should be moderated in some shape, otherwise it's just gonna be a room of people not talking or talking about other stuff. But I propose a space, I don't know, this is like up for change, and I'm very open to discuss this, but maybe a monthly call with like previously set topics and some time for open discussion, questions, ideas, where we brag a little bit about the really cool things that we do, where we inspire each other to open source more things, to abstract specific solutions so more people can profit from them, and we could use the resources that we free up for like actually cool stuff. Thank you. And I think Robert has something to say. Möchtest du meins haben?
Yeah, thanks a lot for making this, for pitching this and making that a reality, hopefully.
It's not real yet.
No, but now that we stand on the stage here, it almost is. My working title was less socially acceptable. It was show me yours, I show you mine.
I'm not sure how acceptable.
But that would be the idea that, right? So just to put some, I mean, why I mentioned that in the keynote, there were these situations where, I don't know who it was, like, yeah, I'm looking for a way to put some password policy in Neos, and oh, fortunately, there's a plugin from Jungformat which can do that.
There is?
And there is, and I wonder, like, why isn't that in the core? Like, or like, I forgot my password function or a notification email function. Why are there dozens of plugins which do that and dozens of agencies, and they are hard to maintain, right? So it's much easier to once in a while collect these things and make them an official part of Neos, which is also better to maintain them. And of course, the Neos team cannot maintain all that code. Maybe we need some help then, but it's still less work than if each agency does that. So I really like that.
It's all your inspiration.
Let's do it.
I actually have one, just to like start the thing. We need tables, editable tables in the Neos backend. If you've done anything like it, on like a very sophisticated level. If you've done anything like it, yes, look, someone's waving their hand. I knew this would happen. Yes, everything that we've seen, the editing experience is meh, or it doesn't do all of the things that we needed to do. Can you please get in touch with my team? Thank you. So great success. Thank you.
So thank you, Maya. No question. I didn't look, to be honest, but I think there will be people coming up to you and ask. Do you have a plan for the schedule? I'm not hosting this year, so I'm not sure what's next. Oh, cool. Thank you. So next up here will be NEOS in action. So we already saw some projects being presented here yesterday. So make sure to stay here if you are interested in all the nominees and want to know what they did. And downstairs is Andre. He will talk about strongly typed things. So enjoy.
Wie lange bist du noch da? Bis Mittwochabend. Stimmt, du bist auch auf der Bühne. Ja, das finde ich gut. Ja. Da freue ich mich. Oh. Es freut mich, dass dich das freut. Bis später.
Ich will nur kurz Pipi gehen.
Ist ja gleich ums Eck.
Ja,
Viel Spaß.
aber ich
Ich bin
mache
hier.
heute alles hier mit Handheld. Ich hab
Ja, ja.
Just right, oh, you know, you got me. And we can watch the sunrise and welcome a new day. Oh, if you just stay here, you know, you got me. And oh, this is the start of something beautiful. And oh, this is the start of something you should know. Oh, you got me. Oh, you got me. Whoa. Oh, you got me. Oh, you got me. Whoa. This is like a movie, the whole world can watch us. They'll be in awe of just how much you got me. There might be some hard days, life might get crazy. Oh, it can try, but it will never stop me. Oh, this is the start of something beautiful. And oh, this is the start of something you should know. Oh, you got me. Oh, you got me.
Synchronize the steps if you want it. Was that right? Bounce to the rhythm if you know you gotta flow. Synchronize the steps if you wanna get low. Isn't it nice when the people go away? Only you and me and the rest they go astray. Say it to my ears so my body goes slow. Goosebumps on my face when you know you gotta hold on me. Hold on me. Bounce to the rhythm, bounce to the rhythm. What you need, so you better be prepared. Look into my eyes, so my body goes so. Goosebumps on my face when you know you gotta hold on me. Hold on me. Bounce to the rhythm, bounce to the rhythm. Bounce to the rhythm, bounce to the rhythm. Bounce to the rhythm if you know you gotta flow. Synchronize the steps, everyone get low. Isn't it nice when the people go away? Only you and me and the rest they go astray. Say it to my ears so my body goes so. Goosebumps on my face when you know you gotta hold on me. Hold on me.
It's me again. Good morning.
Hi there.
Take your time, sit down. We trained them so well.
Cool, and we got some more folks coming in there. Well, yeah, good to have you here, and good to have our next guests who actually won an award yesterday for what they're going to show us now. Congratulations for that again. Konstantina and Andy, come on stage, please.
Thank you. I love this exchange format. I love hearing what other agencies do.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Don't forget to ask your questions in the app, and we'll forward them for you. And the stage is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you. So,
hi everyone. Thank you for having us. It's our first time on the NEOS talking stage. We are excited and a little bit anxious, but yeah.
We'll do it. So, hi, I'm Andy. And now I've been working for ContentNodes for 4 years as a front-end developer on Neos and Shopware. And we have a missing image, but she's here.
Yeah, that's me. I am Dina, and in the past few years I have been working with Neos and Shopware, mostly with platform like CMS platforms, and both in the front end and in the back end. And together with Andy, we are part of the Neos team in our company.
Yeah, and coming back to our topic for this talk is from corporate website to digital business platform, the Hanman relaunch.
Hanman is how ContentNodes and Netzwerk came together because Hanman is a client of Netzwerk-P, and they were looking for a good technical solution for the platform and also for a good development team. It was a very successful project for our company, and that brought even more successful projects afterwards, until both teams grew together in one shared agency, so Contenance and Netzwerk-P.
And with that said, today we want to take the audience behind the scenes of our real business project, the relaunch of digital presence of Hanman. The key point of this project, it was not only to create a nicer looking website, but to create a digital foundation for such a complex site. During the conception phase, we came across many divisions, too many marketplaces, and a lot of customer target groups, let's say. And for that, we had only one question. Our real goal, it was how to create this digital foundation for such a complex company, but to keep it reliable and easy to use for the editors and the daily users for that. And Hanman, it's to go deeper on that, Hanman is in the international industrial groups with 5 autonomous divisions, each operating across America, Europe, and Asia, each with different markets and communication groups. And this consisted on too many customers which wanted a technical solution or a way how to contact them, or applicants who want to understand the company as an employer, and or journalists or international stakeholders for press information or a way how to cooperate on that. But it was a problem because before the relaunch, Hanman was operating across multiple So before it was operating in multiple CMS, let's say Typo 3, WordPress, Drupal, and this caused an issue because for the editors, they were not coordinated and the brand consistency was not strong enough because the element can be a lookalike, but it was missing, as I said, the brand consistency. Also, this caused also technical problems because for the developers and maintainers, it was more effort to do updates and security stuff. And also this caused costs, increased the costs. While after the relaunch, now the 30 individual websites runs in one installation. The editors are more coordinated because they use reusable components, and the brand consistency grew stronger. And also for the editors now, they are more reliable to publish coordinated stuff, and the brand consistency, as I say, is strong enough. And for that, thanks to the Neos, because it gave the website the ability to be coordinated, brand consistent, easy to secure, and easy to update. And also, it make sure that to lower the cost with the time. And this is also reflected on the front end. This is the before. Similar element, but not brand consistent, which for the client it was really important. And this is the after one. And now the editors can easily publish their content in the brand that they choose. So, yeah.
This is how we come to the philosophy behind this project, which is centralization with autonomy. So we have 30 independent websites inside one single installation, but each of these websites should have its own languages, media collections, and permission roles, still in one shared ecosystem. So they should share style, they should share page types, they should share functionalities like the search, the language translation, geolocalization, and so on. But when the client hears 30 websites inside one single installation, what they were afraid of is complexity. So we needed to take care of one thing, which is complexity with flexibility without complexity. So the editors on the backend should see only what is relevant to their responsibilities. Everything should be based on role permissions. Each website should have its own default languages because since they are across all over the countries, they have different default languages. And the content elements should be shared among site packages, but still look unique. And I will show quickly in this video what we faced and what we had to do. If I log in now into the backend of one of the websites with the administrator, the language is set to German because this is the default language of this website. And if I scroll through the elements, every content element look exactly the same as they look on the front end. So it's easier for the editors to build the websites. Still, every element is enriched with variants and color schemas so they can build different looks for their websites. This user, as administrator, can access all the websites of the entire organization and all the media collections. And we have one media collection per each website. And in addition, all the site packages. And we did build a lot of site packages because they had different functionalities. Still, most of it is inherited from the main site package. Okay, that went a little bit too fast. I don't know if I can stop it. No. Sorry for that. In general, it was very complex. So if we log in with the administrator, they can access everything. The risk of breaking something, it was high. So we needed to create 60 different user roles with different permissions and different restrictions to fulfill all the requirements. So the other editor I wanted to share, but I think now it will start from the beginning, or it will not play again. No. The other one has only access to one site and only one media collection based on the roles. And with that, now we have a platform which is easy for the editors who use that every day, but it's also secure, and the risk of breaking something is very low. On the other side, another important thing we needed to take care of was not only visual quality, but also technical quality. So on the backend infrastructure, we have an architecture based on NEOS and Flow best practices. We follow the clean separation between configuration, rendering logic, so the platform is easy to grow and to maintain. We have implemented caching while developing the website and not add that after, so we had performance on the focus since the beginning. So we implemented caching on the content elements, on the page sections like the header, the footer. We implemented Redis and configured that on the server infrastructure. We use Elasticsearch for fast and scalable search functionality. Geolocalization is configured on the server, so editors from all over the world, when they search for Handman, they are redirected directly to their sales organization, to the sales organization of their country. So let's say I'm located in Italy and I search for Handman, I will be directly redirected to Italian sales organization and not to the general website. Another package we used, which was pretty helpful for us, was Wegmeister database storage, and we installed that to render all the information from the forms, the submitted forms data, into the backend of NEOS, since the client wanted everything to be inside the NEOS administration, so they don't need to check the mail servers, and they can delete and manage all the data from there. We have configured different content dimensions for the websites, and that was a little bit of a challenge because that was not coming default from NEOS. And we use DeepL API key for automatic translations. And right now, if they want to translate a page in another language, they can just select the language they want to, and by clicking the create and copy button, they can automatically, as this comes from NEOS, all the contents are copied, but the texts are all translated, and that helps the client a lot because they do have a lot of contents. On the other side, on the front end, we follow the mobile-first approach, focusing on the responsiveness and on the accessibility a lot. We use Zeitgeist Kaleidoscope implementation to generate different SRC sets for the medias and to fulfill everything with metadata needed, giving a lot of attention to the SEO, and all of these gave us 98 score on performance, 97 on accessibility. We have 0.9 seconds first contentful paint, and the same 0.9 seconds largest contentful paint. And we have total blocking time of 0 seconds on the first load. So our goal was to build a platform who is easy to maintain and to grow that with the requirements of the clients time by time. So the business impact that it had was huge on the organization part and on the editorial teams. On the organization part, the navigation through the pages became easier. Also, while searching on the browser, the branding experience becomes more unified between the sales organizations and the divisions. And for the editorial team, it was same as big, because now the editors can build websites without depending on the developers anymore. And we did 1 or 2 sessions with them where we showed them how Neos is working. And we did prepare a user manual with all the content elements, how they are structured, what functionalities they have. And they love it, working with Neos, better than working with other CMS. And even though in the beginning they didn't know how Neos works and they were a little bit confused, now they enjoy working on that and they find it pretty easy. And yeah, I think that was it on the technical part.
And for the to achieve this impact on organization and on the editorial part, we faced some challenges in the beginning of considering in the code speed with the quality, and also we needed to manage multilingual content across the divisions, and also to structure all the URLs in all of that. And by that, we learned that early architecture decisions really matters, and also the performance and accessibility should be planned beforehand since the beginning. Also, the clear communication, it makes more easy for us to work and avoid the reworking that maybe it was before. And by that, as a corporate website, this is more than a design update or CMS migration. It's a platform business. And Neos, as a CMS, it gave structure, usability, and flexibility. Because a corporate website becomes valuable when it enables the organization to grow, adapt, and communicate better after the relaunch. So yeah, thank you everyone for joining, and the team for the great work.
I want to add one last thing. We want to really thank the Neos team, because we faced some challenges and we had some questions, and we always received a great support. And to be honest, Hanman gave us more experience on Neos for the entire team, and we are ready to start contributing more on the Neos team, and we are really happy for that. So thank you very much.
Don't go too quick, because we do have questions. Okay. So the first question is, how dependent or connected are the restrictions for sites and media collections? In detail, if a person has permissions to several sites and media collections, is it possible to restrict that the contents of a certain media collection can only be used for the respective site?
Yes, so every media collection is used for one specific site, and the user that has access on this media collection or on this site has only access on this one. But we have also some users who have access into more than one, because we have done some combinations based on the requirements of the client.
Mm-hmm. And the second question is, how did you handle the media access part for editors? Which is very similar.
With user roles. We just created a lot of user roles. But some, and we are lucky that a lot comes from the box from Neos. So creating restrictions is, you just have to combine permissions and it's easy. And for some complex requirements, we had to do some extra work, but it was manageable.
Cool, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next up is Bernhard. And
Another
Bernhard,
familiar face.
Absolutely. You had a talk yesterday already. Your agency at least won an award yesterday. If not for this project, we are looking forward to what you are going to tell us about it. It's going to be exciting.
I think we have to fill like a minute maybe for some cableage of laptops and humans. But I forgot to say something earlier in my lightning talk, so I'm just going to use this opportunity to have a microphone and listening people. I will be setting up some kind of thing I will be messaging on the Slack. And if you're a dev and you feel like you want to participate, reach out. Bring a project manager or someone who's responsible for your time, so we can coordinate things effectively, because we don't want to make this a project that loses time or wastes resources. We want to make this something that's focused and drives all of us forward.
And if it's in the hand of Maya, then it's going to be the point.
2 years ago, I was on this stage talking about the rebrand. Now that that's done, I need a new pet project, so I guess that's this.
Love it.
Unless you want to start singing. Ooh,
Oh.
I see things happening. I was just going to say, unless you want to start singing the Jeopardy theme, we're going to need to fill some airspace.
No, it's look like we can already read the Meisterwerke here.
And then if it can make its way up there eventually too, then the cableages are done. Almost. God damn it.
Oh.
Yeah, but we do already see a yellow slide, so things are moving forward.
Are you quite as awake as me?
Or are you quite as sleepy as me?
How did you like the awards yesterday?
The awards.
The awards. Did you like it? Yeah? Huh?
Who in here is
Yeah,
taking
you
one
did?
home?
Oh, wow.
Mhm.
Well, I love it.
The Sandstorm Award. I thought that was very well deserved, by the way.
Yeah.
About time that work was recognized.
Yeah. Yeah.
First, I thought it was going to Sebastian. Then I thought it might be going to Toby. And then I was like, but if Toby gets it or if Sebastian gets it, there's so many people that like also deserve it. And then they all got it, and I was super happy.
Yeah, and we actually always tell everybody who wins an award, you can, like, we pre-make one of those trophies, and we say, you can have another one if you want one for your customer, or if the customer gets it for yourself. Now, if Sandstorm, like, if you want some more for everyone.
No, I hoard them. I hoard them like Smaug hoards his treasure. I hoard my awards. Do you guys display your awards in your office? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're really pretty. It's worth it.
Oh, it is, and back when we had some much different, like they became more beautiful over time. So you got the most beautiful already.
In Switzerland, there's a very esteemed award called the BOSV, the Best of Swiss Web Awards, I think, BOSV, yeah. And their trophy is this huge Rettungsschwimmerboje. They're huge. They're
like
not.
Baywatch?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're golden. I mean, if you win the gold one, they're golden. And they're very cumbersome and we got one ages ago, and it's sitting there, and it's very much in the way. It's a very esteemed prize, and we're very proud of it, but it's also very large.
It is. Well, the Neos one isn't hand luggage friendly.
No, it's perfect. It's perfect size.
Why not?
Oop. As good as it gets
Okay.
is as good as we'll take. Vanna,
Perfect.
let's go. Thank you so much. And sorry for the nonsense.
I love nonsense. So, hello, fellow Neosians, and welcome to the attempt of not being too technical about the Neos project, which is the ProMeister partner portal. Yeah, that's me. I'm Bernard from Zeitgeist, and in absence of my project managers, as a technical lead, I take on the role of the honor of presenting this project. So, what's this all about? So that's Meister. They are a floor manufacturing company from the beautiful German Sauerland. And they approached us with quite some issues they were facing. They usually don't sell their products directly to the customer, but via specialist dealers, right? And we already had the product catalog in our Neos instance. We've been working with them for quite some time. And now they wanted to adjust their sales process and put it more on the digital side of life. So what's the interesting part, as always, as a good medium-sized company in Germany, they mostly relied on fax, email, and phone for their orders. And there were a lot of manual processes included, which took a lot of time and had a lot of space for optimization. Also, there was no real-time access for all the interesting data, so displaying a product catalog online is rather easy. Displaying the currently available stock, not so much, especially also the individual prices for the dealers. The system itself was a bit distributed. They had a PIM system for their product data. They had an ERP system for all the prices because they were customer specific. We already had the brand websites. That was our Neos installation, but they weren't really integrated, right? So we already had a connector to the PIM system to import all the product data, but that was all there was. Also, they had quite some internal business applications and processes in ordering that were quite hard to implement just with a regular shop system. So yes, what was the plan? So they're all of the communication is basically done via those B2B specialist dealers. So they wanted to have this portal as a central entry point for all the communication between them and their partners. They also, of course, they wanted to display product data. That was the easy part, but also pricing and availability, and wanted to get rid of manual sales processes as good as possible. So this is not just a shop, because, of course, ordering, right? But also accessing product information, because this is an industry where talking to the customer and fetching the requirements, consulting is very important. And also partner services, self-services, so they can, for example, download manuals. There was a large document catalog available and marketing materials. So yes, one central platform for all B2B interactions. So the solution? We already had an Neos installation, so we chose that as the central platform because it's the most flexible one. They added a Shopware 6 installation for handling all the orders, which was put in front of the ERP system. And as we now have two systems, we again teamed up with our friends at Punkt.de to set up a Keycloak for single sign-on. So this is a really clean and nice architecture, as we all love them. So right, you have the product information from the PIM. They're imported into Neos, so Neos knows all about the products. And on demand, the offers, so prices and availability, are fetched from Shopware, which gets them from the ERP. Authentication is done via Keycloak, so there is only a single identity provider. And then when I chose what product I want to have, then I just send an RFQ to Shopware, and then that generates an order to the ERP system. That's easy, right? So that's easy until you notice that when it comes to single sign-on, Shopware is a little bit of a diva. So it actually supports OpenID for authentication, but only as a server, not as a client. But for us, it didn't make much sense to have Shopware as the identity provider, so we had to become a bit creative for implementing that. The other part was that the ERP system already had the user data, but it shouldn't be connected to the Keycloak instance, but only had this connection to Shopware. So everything user-related and account-related had to be routed through Shopware. So this is what the architectural diagram looks after that step. as in principle, so the idea was to fetch all the data that we required for our applications. We have those still loosely coupled systems and stay modular for scalability. On the technical level, which is a pattern which we really like, so we have a server-side rendering via Neos and Fusion, and then for the complex features like that we will see in short will be like the product catalog or the ordering process. We usually use React applications for that. So Shopware is used headlessly, so there is no redirecting between Neos and the shop. It's a single frontend in Neos, and every orders are done via the Shopware API. To ensure that this works, right, because this is not your usual, it's a search, and if it fails, it's not so bad. So we also chose an open API specification, also with a Zeitgeist Schema New, which is available so that backend and frontend can interact safely. So yes, so that's basically the entry point. After signing in, you have your product catalog. You can filter a lot of stuff. You see your prices, and the idea here was you have Elasticsearch in the background, but indexing all those prices and availabilities is really hard, right? Because they change oftentimes a day, and there are lots and lots and lots of different prices depending on who you are. So the idea here is we don't have like a price filter or something like that. We just query the products and then add the prices via the Shopware API on demand. Fun fact about prices. There are some very special products in this project where the different departments like sales and product management they couldn't agree on what the actual thing was. So that was sold. For example, there is a bit of floor or some accessories, for example, and they had an inner package, and then multiple of those had an outer package. And they couldn't agree on whether the inner or the outer one was the actual item being sold, which is manageable. It just required that the automated test suite has really special use cases for special products. So this is our product details page. The reason why we did a lot of interaction in React here is that there is a dynamic calculator here. So as you remember, there is this is a B2B project. So they don't usually order stuff in like packages, but they calculate in square meters, right? So as an end customer, if you go into negotiations with your specialist dealer, then you go to them with an area you have to cover with flooring, and so square meter is the unit that everything is calculated in, which will be interesting in a few slides later. So you can just choose either the amount of packs or arbitrary packaging units that are available per product, and you automatically get calculated the amount of square meters, or the other way around. Then you have an additional feature. You can turn off and on prices. For example, if you're the specialist dealer and you have an end customer and you're in your consulting session, you probably don't want to show the prices you pay because you want to show the prices they have to pay. So you can turn that off here. Yes, so no prices anymore. And then you have a watch list. So you, for recurring orders, you just can flag some products that you just reorder and reorder. That's really helpful. It's also a standard feature of Shopware in the background. And then you have your ordering process. So this is just the Shopware API with a few issues because right, we're talking square meters. That's usually not a round integer number, right? Guess what Shopware doesn't support? objects. So you can only order integer amounts of stuff. And there are actually multiple ways to handle this. For example, okay, we can't sell 7.35 square meters, so let's sell a few million square micrometers or something like that. That will be an integer, right? But that's not the path we chose. So we implemented special shopping basket rules that then calculated the price. So again, as in every good content commerce project with Neos and Magento or Shopware, we ended up calculating the prices in Neos, which is not a problem with unit tests and BC Math. They also have additional features, like here's the list of orders with the status that was returned eventually from Shopware. They also can download the respective documents if available. They also got an additional module for managing their own employees, so account management, which also you saw the diagram earlier, then again is routed through Shopware back to Keycloak, which worked quite nicely then. And this also, basically everything here is strictly restricted to the respective roles in the system. So, did this help? So there was a significant reduction of manual order processes. It was obviously easier to order the products online than via telephone or fax. It was fewer repetitive requests. Basically, everything we wanted to achieve worked out. There's also now a foundation for additional features like onboarding craftsmen. I don't know what's the actual word for that. And so the foundation is solid enough to then evolve the whole process on top of that. And it's scalable, right? So Shopware is completely separate, can evolve separately, can scale separately. If that becomes an issue, that's quite nice. So 800 of the dealers across Germany and Europe already use the platform. That's quite a lot. And more than 60% of the core market orders are now processed via this platform and no longer via fax. So the takeaway. So we have now this central platform as requested by the customer. That worked out very well. And again, the insight, we had that on the panel yesterday. Can Neos only do small websites? No, it can really build really large content applications. I mean, that's its name, a content application platform, and it works, not a problem. Yes, and that's from me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernhard. I have bad news. There's no questions. But bad news always comes with good news, because the next talk on the stage will be you. So if you forgot to send in a question, sneak it in there. And there's more good news. Your next talk will be after a lunch break, I just realized. Yeah. I thought it would be at 1 like yesterday, but it's now. We're being fed. Thank you so much.
I actually found out something very interesting right now. I was looking down the historic Neos Awards, and Meister.com won one of the very first ones in 2017, so they have been around for a very long time.
And so that's only the second iteration, actually.
Wow.
From 2018-19, I guess. And it works quite well. It's a well-aged Neos project. You can also do those.
Cool.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
Don't forget to rate the talk.
Please.
Talks. And now I suggest we have a little snack. See you later, here or downstairs. Thank you. Bye.
Followed me into a dream and twirled me out of time, down a trail of twisted tales that mythamized my mind. All my memories, they ring a bell, but taper with each toll. Mirror, mirror, who am I now? I don't know. Oh, 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 all the bells call home. Oh, 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 all the bells call me home. It was a ding, a ring-a-ling, they cracked the kingdom down. One light caught like fire, you scorched your own mouth. Mirror, mirror, who do you see? If everything's broken, what does that make me? Oh, 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 all the bells call home. Oh, 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 all the bells call me home. Oh, 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 all the bells call home. Oh, 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 all
Spin me around with your love is void. Love is void. Let it go, let it out of sight. And teach me love, teach me how to fight. Take my pure heart and make it yours, make it yours. Spin me around with your love is void, love is void.
To my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work in the play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it
all. Story shaking tight, it's been a day. Blood's been flowing strong since yesterday. Somewhere beneath these crippled thoughts, wondering how my pain has caused. Your pain didn't mean to share, and I've just been looking into that deep hole instead. I'm here, don't take it away. I care, just tell me to stay. And I called your name. Suddenly couldn't breathe. 'Cause I want you to know my pain, how I feel. Oh, you don't know 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 how I feel. Story shaking tight, it's been a day. Some of these things I'd rather not say. How far can we go before our tired hearts reach their low?
Tell you it's gone way too far. No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. Whatever you need, make a resolution, battle till you bleed. Prophets and the preachers warned you, but you waited too long, and now your chance is gone. Gonna tear it all down. of true elation. Pine on a summer's day. See, I've been waiting for you, waiting for you. Green, the color of true elation. Pine on a summer's day. See, I've been waiting for you, waiting for you. I'm a winner, I'm no saint, I'm a sinner and away. Keep my secrets, clean my slate.
steps if you want. Is that right? Bounce to the rhythm if you know you gotta flow. Synchronize the steps if you wanna get low. Isn't it nice when the people go away? Only you and me and the rest they go astray. Say it to my ears so my body goes slow. Goosebumps on my face when you know you got a hold on me. Hold on me. Bounce to the rock, bounce to the rhythm. What you need, so you better be prepared. Look into my eyes, so my body goes so. Goosebumps on my face when you know you got a hold on me. Hold on me. Bounce to the rhythm, bounce to the rhythm. Oh. Bounce to the rhythm, bounce to the rhythm. Bounce to the rhythm if you know you gotta flow. Synchronize the steps, everyone get low. Isn't it nice when the people go away? Only you and me and the rest they go astray. Say it to my ears so my body goes slow. Goosebumps on my face when you know you got a hold on me. Hold on me.
it up. Roll it up.
wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. You take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored.
Glowing bright on a dark horizon. Found a spark, now my heart's ignited. Rising out of the ash and embers. Took a flame and I won't surrender. Watch me now, light in the skyline. Frozen ground coming to life. I'm on fire. Getting higher. When they tell my story, I'll be blazing with glory. Yeah, I'm on fire. Sent a flare out across the wasteland, illuminating a world that's broken. But the heat of the flames will destroy. Ooh, and in the dust I will stand up reborn. Watch me now, claiming revival. Shattered hope starts to ignite. I'm on fire. 'Cause I'm on fire, getting higher. When they tell my story, I'll be blazing with glory. Yeah, I'm on fire. When they tell my story, I'll be blazing with glory. Yeah, I'm on fire.
Leave me here and let me be. I've grown tired of sympathy. Show me love that I have used to see, but don't hold on from jealousy. My stomach shakes and lips quiver, thinking my words make us sicker. That I can feel you and you feel me. So please let us, please let us, please let us be. Won't you please let us, please let us Won't you please let us, please let us, please let us You say I dream, well you dream too. I wish you would dream like I do. Need assurance when grace become hued. I wish I could mute those who rip us in two. I wouldn't choose this with just anyone. We both know it's easier in each other's arms. Your silence comforts me, I finally can breathe. I wish they would just let us, please let us be. Won't you please let us, please let us be. Won't you please let us, please let us, please let us be.
what's the best time for you? We could play your games, but I could never see me lose. And I've been checking out your moves. You will slip and slide, but I can always catch your groove, catch your groove. I've been hurt before and saw you inside me. Pulling on my heart, all the strings will fly, see. You can take the cake and just icing. Blow so quick, never fuck with the Pisces. But I learn quick. We could change shape in a tick. With a broken heart and nights apart, I'm wide awake and I'm just still thinking about you. Baby, I've been doing all I can, and baby, I'm not built to fight like on the daily. But you know I just need a little training. And now I'm a little too much. We get stuck in this place where I'm lost without a chase. But I can't seem to find any better use of time. Come on now, baby. Yeah, you know I just need a little training. Come get me. So what's the best time for you? Yeah, we can play your games, but I could never see me lose. Yeah, I've been checking out your moves. You were slipping slide, but I can always catch your groove, catch your groove. But what's the use? Why we so dark? I like this better at the start. Just holding hands, forgiveness free, but we don't backtrack gracefully. Hey, baby, I've been doing all I can, and baby, I'm not built to fight like on the daily. But you know I just need a little training. And now I'm a little too much. We get stuck in this place where I'm lost without a chase. But I can't seem to find any better use of time. Come on now, baby. Yeah, you know I just need a little training. Come get me. So what's the best time for you? We could play your games, but I could never see you lose. And I've been checking out your moves. You will slip and slide, but I can always catch your groove, catch your groove.
When I was young, I had it all planned out, that something big was down the road. I really thought I'd have it all by now, not be a failure if I don't. That's when you say, hey, my love, we're nowhere near the end. There'll come a day, I swear you.
Why not?
Let's do it. Hello.
Hi there.
How did you like lunch?
Yay.
Geteilte Meinung.
Well, we actually did a funny thing. We left the speaker on stage. but exchanged at least part of the audience.
Right. Because when we sent everybody off to lunch, we had Bernhard on stage. And now we're bringing Bernhard to the stage.
Oh, we do. And obviously nobody here has any necessity for anti-aging, so please.
Have you looked at this crowd? They're young, they're fresh, they're beautiful.
Absolutely. And awake. So please welcome on stage Bernhard Schmidt.
So, hello, fellow Neosians, and welcome to the third and final part of the component engine trilogy. We are not doing anti-aging, so we try to prevent your project from aging at all. We're doing a bit of fan service because we have fan favorites in this episode, especially caching. Who likes caching? Who likes debugging failed caching? I thought so. Then we have still from yesterday the open part. So how do we get around node get property, which is obviously not type safe? And to put this all together, let's have a look at the Starship and how this all comes into play. And what this ominous object property graph mapper is. So when we talk about caching, let's have a look at Fusion, right? So Fusion does this in a very nice and declarative way. So you have the entry ID part. This is important, right? So this is the first thing that has to be evaluated. Do I already have a cache entry for this? Then you have the actual content. That's what I left out because that's overrated. But that's what's put into the cache. And then we need some metadata, like the entry tags. And yeah, that's, as I said, it's super nice and declarative in Fusion. And it's always the same, right? Whether you're rendering a menu or you're rendering a node, caching is always configured the same way. So where's the problem here? So how many errors are in this image? So for fun fact, Mark Henry reviewed this slide and marked all the errors that I put in. He also marked one that I didn't put in intentionally. And he didn't find one of mine. So the clear answer of this is no one really knows. So if we do this in PHP, let's have a look at caching generally works. So as I said, the first thing is define the entry ID. That's basically some string with a few restrictions. For example, here we can just use some prefix, take the node's aggregate ID and a workspace name, and that should do for this example. Then we fetch something from the component cache. If there is something, then just put it out and you're happy. And if it's not, then, well, we do the expensive stuff like querying the database or Elasticsearch or whatever, creating the component, set it into the cache with the cache tags, and return that then. So what's the problem here? That's very much more verbose and complicated than it is in Fusion. And we don't want that. Let's see if we can do this better. So the first thing, if you remember from Mark Henry's talk, we differentiate between renderers and factories. So basically, the idea of a renderer is put one single node type in and whatever component out. Maybe render a document node as a document or as a search result or a teaser. And a factory is basically for one component, whatever you put in, one type of component will come out. For example, a menu. So how can we do this? So this is a work in progress, maybe a suggestion. The important thing is we do exactly the same as we always have to do, right? The separation for the ID, because that has to be called independently. So we have a new interface. Yesterday we had the document and content renderer interface. So here is a cached node renderer interface, which says you have to define the cache entry ID and then have a separate method for the cached result. So actually cache this. And here you create the component and also add the metadata like cache tags. So that looks a bit more similar than Fusion, and is one suggestion how you can do this. And now the interesting part, how many errors are in this image? And the answer is 3, and they are in line 42, 51, and 51. So this is now statically analyzable because you know PHP Stan. There is one difference to Fusion though, because, as I said, for example, this header factory, this now isn't a renderer with this special cases. We have another idea how to do this. I think this is the closure cache model also you heard about yesterday. We have basically two closures, one that returns the ID and the other the component with the metadata. Again, the same 3 parts, a little bit differently structured, but I guess it matches pretty well. So, evaluation of the caches. In CPX, the component cache doesn't store strings, but JSON. So each component is serialized as JSON, then written into a large object tree, and put into the JSON cache, and also evaluated from there. So the nice thing about that is we have type safety at runtime, whether you created a fresh component or fetched it from cache. Also, you have evaluation available, right? Because if you have a large string, you have no idea what that originally was, right? But if you have a component tree, you exactly know which components were rendered back then. And then you can parse that tree, and perhaps you find some components that need additional resources, right? Like JavaScript or CSS, before rendering your page. So back in Fusion times, you have 2 options basically. Either you traverse the content tree again, then try to evaluate the required resources from the content nodes, which in my opinion doesn't make much sense because the required resources are coupled to the components, not the node types. Or you have the tunnel through space, Zeitgeist ZipStream, which during rendering saves those to a middleware and then fetches it from there for document rendering, which isn't super nice either. But this becomes obsolete because it's basically a language feature of CPX. So let's go back to node rendering. How many errors are still in this image, even after we fixed the PHP types? Now we still have that string in there, right? So cache tag for node type name, your static analyzer has no chance of finding out whether this is the thing you wanted or not. This can't be done statically, so you have to write tests for this. I mean, if you want this to really work. And we've got you covered there also, because there is a behavioral testing framework for caching built into CPX, with the component engine respectively. So I'll give you a short overview. So this is based on the Neos 9 test suite that's available for creating nodes, for example. So you set up your content repository, for example, the one in your project. Then you create some nodes. Then you can declare new modules in CPX inline, or you can use your own modules that you already have. Then you have some factory, for example, for a document or a renderer, or you can use one of yours. The important thing is that you add such a cache verifier component there, which will update if it's re-rendered, or will not update if it's fetched from cache. So then you run your scenarios. For example, you run your renderer for the first time, and then you expect that the cache verifier is the first value. And then you change the node by setting a property. Then you render that document again, and you expect that the cache verifier has changed. There are lots of test cases in the test suite included in the component engine. You can have a look at that. And yeah, I hope it's very self-explanatory. If not, there is our beautiful Slack channel where you can ask questions about that. I just can recommend doing this because you can if you're used to it, you can write a lot of tests instead of debugging caching. So now to the Starship, which is absolutely not a youth hostel in Bielefeld, But it's a Federation Starship on a 5-day mission to save the quadrant from type unsafety, I guess. And it has an operating system based on Neos and React PHP. So basically all the consoles that are interactive are Neos nodes and CPX components. And there's a lot of functionality going on here. So this is a rather complex system, and it just can't deal with it can't be bothered with type unsafety, because when you're in your mission, you don't want error 500 on your system, right? So this is mission critical. Yeah, there's basically no type errors, no place for type errors in the 24th century. But before we go into the Starship, let's have a look at the basic blog example. Maybe we're on the Federation News website, and we want to output some string like my blog, so that's the title of the blog, then the title of the first blog posting, and then the amount of comments placed under there. So you can do this in EEL. So that's basically what you would do in Fusion, I guess. You query the document node, fetch its parent, then fetch the title from there, then fetch the title from the document node, then count the children of type comment, and add that together. Now that expression is called an EEL expression, and if you look at it, you know why, right? That's an EEL. The problem about that is how many errors are in this picture. I haven't tried it. I don't know. I just wrote this down. Probably it works. Yeah, but let's see if we can do something similarly. I mean, we can't use EEL. You can, but you shouldn't use EEL in CPX or in the component engine. You can't use it in CPX. How can we do this in PHP instead? So using the new content repository APIs, so we fetch the parent node. That's our blog node. Then we fetch our comment nodes. Then we get property title from the blog node, get property title from the document node, and then count the comment nodes, right? So our problem here, this is already more verbose than the EEL example. And what about this title property? Does it even exist? That would be example 1 from our first talk yesterday. There's suddenly an empty field below the headline because this property doesn't exist, or I had a typo in the property name. So we're not safe from that. And what if title for some reason is an array? That's the second example with the type conversion error, right? So we're not safe from that yet, so we haven't won anything, basically. Let's see what we can do about that. Escalation level 1. There are some services in this Neos context that is passed along. One of them is just basically an extractor where you can fetch string values or basically any type values from a given property, and it will do the type check for you and then return a variable of that type or null if it didn't match. And you're safe from the second error, right? So there are no more type errors, but you could still have a typo in your property name and get null returned. That's the first example. So what do we do about this? So we have node get property string mixed. That prevents absolutely nothing. It passes PHP standard level 8, but that doesn't help us at all. We have this extractor, as I said. We now pass PHP standard level 9, but we still can query the wrong property, or a property doesn't exist. We have find child nodes and find parent nodes. All these subgraph queries, they all return untyped nodes. That doesn't really help. So we do have a schema, right? We have a node type schema where the property names are declared and the types are declared. Can we use that somehow? So we can't evaluate the node type schema statically. We can do this only at runtime. That doesn't help either. We need something else. So to do static analysis on node types, we somehow have to get them into PHP world. And I want to show you now 2 examples how to do that. The advantage is obviously you do have type safety and IDE support, right? You get auto-suggestion to what property to access and so on. And also you could, in these objects, use code level default values instead of writing them all to your database. That's a nice side effect. So option 1. We do basically the same that we do for CPX. We take the YAML from the node types and generate PHP code from those. So right, you have a singular title property, then you transpile this to PHP. You now have a title accessor, and this now does the check for you, and you know there is supposed to be a title property. So what's important about this? So this is transpilation is required. So technically, this can outdate. There are no pitfalls involved, right? This does the null checks for you and the type checks, for example. So the generated code is always write and save. But the access now is only restricted to the node, right? This is a read model for the node. You can't add any extra logic because it's auto-generated, and whatever you typed in there would be overwritten the next time, right? Also for us, as developers of this package, it's really hard to generate PHP from YAML because, PHP code generation isn't much fun. You also have the so node type inheritance thingy, and you have to care about that. That's just as a side note. So what did this look like in the integration? You now have some kind of object mapper which maps the node to a certain class. You get this blog posting object back. You do the same for the blog. And you just need the amount of comment nodes, so that's not so important there. And you now can call the getTitle method, and we are rid of all our problems, right? Well, there's one left. Actually, there are two left. One is verbosity, right? You have to map every single thing yourself. You can do mistakes while mapping. And you still have the subgraph query, right? And the node type name you requested, again, is a string. So you could, for example, count something else than child node comments. So what can we do instead? And also, for example, if you have this count comment nodes, right? That's not the hardest part of domain logic I've ever seen, but it's a good example, right? You have to do this now in integration or in some service. You can't do this in your model because it's auto-generated. So let's take a step back. What's our status quo? We do have the infrastructure layer with the event-sourced content repository, which is a really nice infrastructure layer, I guess. It has a dynamic mode model. It just has properties and a few metadata. And everything passes PHP standard level 8. That's already nice. In our application layer, though, we can use OpenAPI for communication. And there's complete type safety between the backend and the UI. And in the CPX integration, you can develop at any level you want, 9, 10, whatever. In your presentation layer, even the rendered CPX artifacts pass level 9, give or take some type narrowing issues. But what about our domain layer? Isn't that the most important one? Shouldn't everything be safe there? I mean, if you look at your domain layer in your Neos 9 or in any Neos project, actually, what you usually have there are models and repositories for Doctrine ORM, and maybe a few services, but nothing really related to nodes, right? Can we change that? So, just as an idea, so let's turn this around, right? Instead of rendering a PHP class from your YAML config, what about extracting the node type config from PHP classes? So, this cannot outdate, right? So your schema is always up to date with your PHP code. Beware, the content, of course, can, right? You can do node type changes or add new properties, and this, of course, won't reflect in your database until you do a migration, right? So beware of that. This allows models, logic in your models, right? You can build rich domain models instead of pure data models. And you can, and actually must, declare relatives. So for example, if you have some references or a tethered child node, you have to declare this in YAML. You also have to declare this in PHP. This will get important shortly. For us, the implementation is rather easy, right? So extracting the node type config from PHP attributes and via reflection is super easy in comparison to to generating PHP code from YAML. So what would the common patterns be like? On the left, we always have a YAML config. On the right side, what it could look like in PHP. For example, we have some tag node type for tag mix-in for main navigation elements. Everything which has that super type should come up in the main navigation. In PHP, this just could be a marker interface. Then we have some abstract node type with a property or multiple properties. In PHP, this could be a trait, right? We need some additional metadata, for example, how to use a property preset or inline editing config, but that's doable and also really nicely discoverable, right? Who knows the YAML config options by heart for all the editors? So this is much easier here, right? You can just click on the thing and it tells you what options are available and what are they are for. So then there are abstract node types. You can use abstract classes in PHP. And there are final or regular documents, for example, that can be final classes. Remember always the read-only. And here you have some kind of composition, right? We have a document which extends the Neos base document, for example, implements the main navigation interface and uses the headline mixin. That's it. What you also can see, the more properties you have, the more advantage the PHP code has because it gets less verbose due to the reduced overhead. Also, you can extract some nice things. For example, if this is a non-nullable string, which is dangerous, right? Neos could, for example, define for this property, this must be part of the creation dialog, and there must be a not empty validator on this, so no need for configuration there. Then we have advanced patterns, welcome blog posting. So we could say, okay, we have a parent relation. So that's new. You don't do that in your YAML. But we could say the parent is supposed to be a blog. So in the background, this will then be translated to a node type schema where blog postings are allowed as child nodes of type blog. But here we say, okay, the parent is a blog. Comments, that's a collection of nodes or node-backed objects. That's a child relation. We have an abstract, which is basically just a string, and we now can implement this count comments if we count the comments, which only works if the comments are resolved, right? So this is the declaration part. But how does this count now work? Escalation level 3. So instead of mapping an object, let's start mapping the whole subgraph, right? So because these relations, you have declared them, they can also be resolved, right? You said, I want this type of node, and I want it from there. So this is the parent of type block. These are children of type comment. And this can be fetched via the subgraph API. But also, you cannot just declare nodes as relatives, but entities or such domain models as well. As I said, you can say, okay, the parent must be a block. If we try to instantiate this now, right, you have some, instead of the object mapper, you have now an object property graph mapper. You enter the node and the subgraph and the target class, and it will do magically things inside. What could be the problem if I want this object to be returned? So we have recursion problems. For example, if you declare the parent, do you really want all the ancestors at your first instantiation call? Or what happens if you declare your siblings? That's fun, right? Because you're your own sibling's sibling. This won't end ever. The good part about this, PHP has you covered since version 8.4 because there are lazy proxies. So building such a mapper got a lot easier with PHP 8.4. So those relatives are only ever resolved in the back from their lazy representations when you call some properties or methods on them. We only need a minimal set of attributes for this, right? Basically everything you have in the node type schema. We have IDE support. As I said, you have the discoverability instead of the YAML schema. We have strictly split attributes between content repository attributes like reference relation declaration or UI attributes like I want this inline editable with this placeholder, for example. This also makes node type checks much easier, right? You don't have to ask the node type manager, is this node of type something, which is rather expensive. You can just ask, is this instance of something in basic PHP? That's just really fast. What would this look like? So in our render label method, we now just call that object property graph mapper, send in the document node and the subgraph, and just return me a blog posting. Then we access that blog posting's blog's title, then the blog posting's title, and then count the comments. That's as much or even less code than in the EEL example earlier, and it's completely type safe. And you have all the IDE support you can wish for. The only overhead is this mapping above. That's still a bit of an issue because you could technically map to the wrong class. To resolve this, we kind of would need generic nodes so that the PHP stand type system can help us, but we're not there yet. And yes, also this is compatible to lower escalation levels. So the extraction of the node types from PHP is a different thing than mapping the node back to that class. So it can be used without that, basically. Okay, so there are a few problems with this, though. We do not have nullability support or unit types in these lazy proxies. So for example, if you have a reference relation, a single one, and that hasn't been edited, right? It's null. There's no single entry in there. PHP can't handle that yet. I hope this will change in the future. The OPGM encapsulates this in a references missing exception, which can be called, can be caught, and instead null returned. But currently, you still have to do this yourself. But this is basically an edge case for a single reference, for example. You can also proxy doctrine entities. You can just declare an asset as a property, as you would do in your YAML schema. The difficulty here is that reflecting and then fetching the asset lazily is really slow because the asset class is such a gigantic monster, I guess. So building the proxy for your nice domain model is really fast. It's almost immeasurably fast, but building the proxy for an asset takes like a millisecond. I don't know. Maybe that this will get better once we have assets in the content repository. Then this is, we're still sticking with CQRS. This is only a read model. So you can't do any modifications here yet. There might be a separate write model per node type in the future, but that's not implemented yet. And because everything's done in PHP, I'm sorry, it's only for elephants and not for zebras. But maybe the basic PHP classes can be a better API than YAML for zebras as well. So does this actually work? I mean, it's nice to have behat tests. Let's throw Starship at it. So the Starship, it has about 200 CPX components, so 0 lines of fusion, 200 node types, but not a single line of YAML for them. They're rather complex. We also have, for example, reference types. The CR doesn't know these even yet. And we have very expressive domain model, and I want to show you one of them. So for simple node types like text with image, I skipped the mapping because it doesn't have much value, but for the more complex ones, definitely. For example, let's have a look at the wonderful list of Starfleet personnel here. They're listed by name and rank. And the problem about ranks is they change over time, right? And for example, if you write your logbook entry, it should contain your current rank at that point in time. But you don't want to snapshot your whole career whenever you write a blog posting, I wanted to say, a logbook entry. So it would be nice for your service record to answer you the question, which rank did you have at what time? The first thing for that is we stop thinking about node types. Just don't do it, just think in models. The OPGM will do the rest. So we have a collection of everything that happens to a Starfleet officer in their career, from birth to death. especially, for example, academy entrance and academy graduation, which changes the rank. And we build a collection of those things that are all node-backed objects. And it's just traversable, nothing important to be seen here. Then we define a content collection node type. It's not your regular content collection for text and image, but this is now the service record that has these entries as a collection, right? So this is the content collection, and these entries are the content nodes underneath. And now you can ask it for the rank at a given start date. So you iterate until that date and match the class of the child node you have. And if it's an entrance, you take cadet first year. If it's a graduation or a demotion, you take the rank of the entry. And if it's an advancement or an extension course graduation, and if it has a rank, then take that rank and return the result. No need for a service or some extraction patterns or something here. Just write it into your model. So that's it from me for today. Just as a side note, so when do you use this? Probably, as I said, not for text with image. But if you, for example, have a very expressive product model or something like that, that would actually be a very good option, I guess. There are a lot of packages available. It's split in separate layers. So we have the OPGM just for the node type mapping. Then you have the adapter for the registry, which knows the flow reflection service to instantiate all of them. You have a Neos adapter who adds all these UI attributes. And then there is a talk about the Starship from 2019, I guess. So if you want to know more about that, just have a look. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard.
Very well.
You just said, that's it from me. I'm not sure it is, because we have at least 2 questions.
3 now.
Oh,
Just
that's
came
why I
in.
said at least.
Yeah.
Because sometimes when people remember, oh, I could put in a question, then they, oop.
You can
4.
still ask questions.
So there's at least 4 questions.
Yay.
And also, there's another event closing where there's room for a best speaker award. So maybe it's not your last time on stage. All right, let's get started. Can I use node type models without using CPX rendering? Is it a distinct package? Will it make it to the core?
It is completely distinct. You can use it without CPX. I mean, its value in Fusion is rather limited, I guess. But yeah, of course, you can just map a node to a model, and you get the model back. There's no dependency on anything, I guess. Just the content repository and whatever you need to instantiate those.
Just want to ask for some prediction on your side in the Neos core, mid and long term. What's the future of Fusion? What's the future of CPX?
Oh, I forgot one question from the last one, right? So when is this going to the core? I don't know. I guess it depends whether people like it. And also, we could use this for the media assets, right? It would be nice if they were models and not just some random node types, just as an idea. The future of Fusion and CPX. I'm not the biggest fan of Fusion, to be honest. I would like to replace this in my projects, of course, with CPX because of the variance reasons. But the future is determined by the community, right? So if we have a large adoption rate for CPX, maybe, or the OPGM, this might make it to the core earlier or later, or not at all. It's basically up to you, I guess.
There's another question that says, the new Neos CR supports node types per site as far as I know. How is this part of the solution?
That's a good question, because technically we do have node types per content repository, right? That's not, I mean, the base is there, but you can't really use that yet because there's no mapping which node type belongs to which content repository. We need to do this either way, whether it's for YAML files or PHP files, and I guess the solution would be rather similar, so by a namespace or something like that, I guess.
Mm-hmm. This one's interesting, very different, but could you, at some time, give an introduction to Codeberg, how to contribute?
A Codeberg is basically an alternative to GitLab and GitHub, and it's just Git. So if you want to contribute, those packages are all open source. You can just clone them and create pull requests the same way you do with all the other Neos packages.
There's one question that isn't a question. It's not even a statement.
But it's funny.
I'm sure it'll trigger you to respond something. It says CR adapter 484.
Excuse me?
It says content repository adapter 484.
Yes, so this is only NEOS 9, right? I'm not sure whether this is as much fun in NEOS 8 because you don't have that really clean subgraph API, right? In NEOS 9, you have a very distinct amount of directions you can go. This is really much easier than, for example, if you're in your ORM, where you can declare any kind of relations. We just have parents, sibling, children, and so on. It's clearly defined set and can be implemented very easily. We don't have that API in 8.4. We could kind of simulate it, but it won't be much fun.
Yeah, well, star-eyed smiley, so... And last one is the modeling content as domain model recommended?
Yes, absolutely. I'd say you do have all the, semantic content is there since, I wouldn't say centuries, but at least decades, right? I learned about schema.org back in my time at the university. And I was always like, okay, this is not just a text with image, and my mortal enemy is teaser slider 47b, because it doesn't have any meaning, right? So if you have meaningful content on your page, so this is a blog posting, this is the abstract, this is section 1, and so on, for example. So this is a good thing for a structured model or even a domain model. If you just have text with image nodes, I guess something like the OPGM would be kind of overkill, except you have like 17 design properties, which could all be enums. That would help still to have a model for that instead of a no-type schema, just without the PHP implementation. But I guess it depends on your use case. It's always a good answer for an architect, isn't it?
One last refresh tells me no more questions.
I have one.
Ooh.
Is CPX Season 2 going to be rather a prequel or sequel?
We can do lots of prequels because the project is so old actually since the beginning. Maybe we do a voting, prequel or sequel. Or why not both?
Why not both is always the right answer.
A bit of time skip perhaps.
Yeah, that fits. Great, thank you very much, Bernhard.
Thank you, Bernhard.
You're welcome.
Don't forget to rate the talk.
I was just about to say that. And we'll see you here again in about 20 minutes.
You've been searching for. I'll be by your side and walk you down into your forever. I'll be there for you. just a stranger. Another unfamiliar face to you. If I'd only remain nameless, I wouldn't have to see it like this. If I was just like a stranger, never have to find. We were right like this, like this. If I can be honest, I broke all that I promised, and I held you just a few for a moment, for something new. If I was just like a stranger, never let inside around reveal what you were hiding. I wish that I was a stranger. You never have to find me out. You're mine. If I was a stranger, if I was a stranger, if I was just like a stranger, never asking why it wasn't you were not what you were not for me. I stayed a stranger. You never have to fight it. You never have to fight glowing bright on a dark horizon. Found a spark, now my heart's ignited. Rising out of the ash and embers. Took a flame and I won't surrender. Watch me now, light in the skyline. Frozen ground, coming to life. I'm on fire. Getting higher. When they tell my story, I'll be blazing with glory. Yeah, I'm on fire. Sent a flare out across the wasteland, illuminating a world that's broken. But the heat of the flames will destroy. Ooh, and in the dust I will stand up reborn.
I'll be blazing with glory. 'Cause I'm on fire, fire. Getting higher when they tell my story. When they tell my story, I'll be blazing with glory. Yeah, I'm on fire when they tell my story. I'll be blazing with glory. Yeah, I'm on fire.
Bounce to the rhythm if you know you gotta flow. Synchronize the steps if you want it. Is that right? Bounce to the rhythm if you know you gotta flow. Synchronize the steps if you wanna get low. Isn't it nice when the people go away? Only you and me and the rest they go astray. Say it to my ears so my body goes slow. Goosebumps on my face when you know you got a hold on me. Hold on me. Bounce to the rhythm, bounce to the rhythm. Oh, never really know. Bounce to the rhythm, bounce to the rhythm. Isn't it nice when the people go? Bounce to the rhythm if you know you gotta flow. Take a step away and give me a show. Why the fuck you care about people over there? You got what you need, so you better be prepared. Look into my eyes, so my body goes so. Goosebumps on my face when you know you got a hold on me. Hold on me. Bounce to the rhythm, bounce to the rhythm. Oh, never really know. Bounce to the rhythm, bounce to the rhythm. Bounce to the rhythm if you know you gotta flow. Synchronize the steps if you wanna get low. Isn't it nice when the people go away? Only you and me and the rest they go astray. Say it to my ears so my body goes slow. Goosebumps on my face when you know you got a hold on me. Hold on me.
Grüezi miteinander, we say in Switzerland. This is our last round announcing a speaker.
Sad moment.
For this conference, yeah. I'm very happy it's finished. I do have one quick service announcement. The organization team approached me really quick. There's some minor screw up at the hotel. When you check out, there is a possibility that they will ask you to pay for one of the meals. Don't do it. You don't have to. All of the food is included. Get in touch with the team. And if you or one of your coworkers have already paid, also get in touch with the team. You'll get the money back. There's some confusion, but all of the food is paid for, so don't pay it again. And if you have, get a refund.
Exactly.
That was my service announcement.
Perfect.
My last service announcement. Woo! I really like seeing the interest. I just already said that. I really like seeing the interest that the community brings to the projects of the other agencies. I really like seeing that these talks, although we're in the small studio stage, tend to be quite full because there's curiosity around what all of the other people are doing.
Oh, absolutely. And like the rest of the conference seems to be very type safe. This one is not. Please welcome on stage here Laura, who also won an award yesterday.
She did.
Not me, but the project.
The project.
Thank you.
And you will tell us about it.
Yes.
Tell us about one of the biggest name brands in the NEOS world.
I will, I do.
Thank you.
Thank
Stage
you.
is yours.
All right. If you didn't know, we work for Cornesen, and they have an anniversary this year. So they turn 80 years, and therefore they wanted new content. So first, the project at a glance. We have many, many products, over 60,000 products managed in NEOS. We have more than 180 page types across the platform and more than 6,000 websites in the web catalog. So it's one of the largest NEOS projects, and who is the customer? You might know Cornesen. So the target audience is for the website teachers, parents, pupils, and also educational institutes. They have different areas. They show, for example, the primary schools, secondary schools, vocational training, and also adult education. And this year they are turning 80. And they wanted a special experience, some content celebrating and also using it for marketing. The goal was to create something highly interactive, so something with gamification and stuff. And they planned a campaign around the metaphor of Discover Worlds, and it had to do something with the number 80. And the question was then also, should this content be hosted somewhere else, and then we just reference it or use it as an iframe or something, or use an external loaded resource, or do we find a way to serve the content and manage it directly in the NEOS backend? And the decision was actually that we will maintain this completely in the NEOS backend so that the editors have the full set they already know, that they have only one system that they need to use, and that we are fully independent and have control over it. So we've come up with a 3D polygon sphere, which you can already have a little bit of a clue at the top, which consists of 80 facets with 80 stories, and you have one immersive experience on the website. So this is like a sphere which is modeled. We use the JavaScript framework 3JS. I don't know, who knows that? We already worked with it? Okay, some of you. Great. It's a GLB file, and we manipulate it with this JavaScript framework. It's fully accessible. So we have a mouse, a touch, and a keyboard navigation and interaction. And it's also fully editorially editable in the NEOS backend. So the first step is we have the GLB file that is like predefined because this is pre-modeled. that we load into the WebGL context. And also we optimize this due to the shaders that are used and use web-friendly file formats. For the 80 facets that we have on the sphere, we map them to the node properties. So we have 80 properties for each facets, and the editors can then reference specific pages that are then linked to the facets or pop-ups. And we also built a custom CK editor plugin to allow the editor to use the iframe, the guest frame, which is in the middle of the Neos backend, the inline editing, and to create a connection to the property editor. How it works, editorial, we have references that we use. So we have the properties on the content element, which is the sphere, and the content is basically pages that can be then referenced on the property. And we also only allow the specific page types that we want to use for the content. We also have a solution that the marketing guys can send links with a query parameter so that a specific facet will already be selected when the user goes onto that page. And I will show you later. We have like an exploration state because the user can explore the sphere and roll it and stuff and navigate through it. And we wanted to persist that so that a user can come back because you don't click through 80 sites, maybe, and then continue the exploration. In the backend, we have different page types which are representing the stories. So we have a highlight story, medium story, and a pop-up story. It's more or less self-explaining, so highlight story is really prominent. A medium story is more or less mid-length editorial content. And a pop-up story is not even in a page, it's just a dialogue that pops up. Yes, I already said that the facets are linked to the properties in the content tree in the backend. And we also have SVG icons on that facets that the editor can also configure. So this is a short demo because then it gets clearer. Here you can see the letters. This is just in the backend. You can see the letters on the facets, which represent the story type. So for P is for pop-up story, H for highlight story, and M for medium story. And here you have all the node properties that get selected, and you can also see which story you just clicked. They are all numbered. And let's see what I do here. You see on the right side, not now, but maybe later, the referenced pages. Yes, the pop-up story, where the content can be edited. And you can also see that you can put an icon on that. So this is the backend view, how the editor can edit the content. You can also see here are like all the pop-up contents, and beneath under that there are also the other story pages that the editor can create. All right, let's have a little look on the front end or on the design, because I'm really proud of it. If you didn't see it really, these facets, like these faces on the sphere, are not like unicolored. It's a color gradient, which is also a bit randomized. We also have a brightness curve, so the bottom faces are a bit darker than the top faces. You already see at the top that we have these SVG files, so we have 2D content placed on 3D content and oriented on that, and it's also responsive, so it will adapt to the screen size. It's fully accessible, so we have a keyboard navigation. You can tap through it. You can slide it, more or less. We use semantic HTML, so if you tap through it, it's also screen reader accessible. You will get the title of the page and stuff. It's basically working like a link. And in case somebody doesn't want to use the sphere because it's maybe something uncommon, we also provided a teaser list as an alternative for the navigation. And this is what the user can see then in the front end. So you can see first it is completely reddish, and you can click through the facets, and then there are either pop-ups that open up or pages. And you can click through it, and if you clicked one story, then it gets like this gray icon, which is persistent. So even if you reload the page, you will get the same state again. And yes, that's basically how we did a very alternative and very gamificated navigation of content. And yeah, that's basically it about the project. I just found a bug in my slides. We are not Platinum sponsors, we are Diamond sponsors. We do after-work sprints, we have a NEAS showcase. This is our commitment to the community. And yeah, I think that's basically it about the project. You can also experience it by yourself. This is the URL. Yeah. It should work on phone, it should work on your computer, and yes, that's basically it. Thank you.
And luckily for me, we were mistaken. This is not our last announcement here on stage.
You're right.
But first, do we have questions? We didn't have when I arrived
I'm refreshing.
here.
We do not.
We do not.
Right.
We do not.
No questions.
Well, I actually have a very personal relationship with Cornelissen, with which nobody knows. It was 3 years ago at a conference here. I live in a very, very small town in Germany. And Robert approached me and said, "Oh, do you know Lars? He works at Cornelissen, and he lives in Überlingen, same town where I live." So I have a NEOS friend since then who works at Cornelissen. Funny thing, I loved your talk. I loved the sphere.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Right. I'm also a fan.
All right.
My personal relationship to Cornelissen is restricted to having to have used their school books when I was in school 200 years ago. All right. Thank you so much. Oh, there is a question?
Just one quick question. Did you do any performance checks afterwards? Whether there were...
Oops.
Yeah, I'll give you one.
Did you do any performance checks afterwards? Like just having a look whether there were people who went through all the 80 stories?
You mean what performance, like?
Like just have, like after you launched it, to have a look whether there were people who just clicked through all the stories.
We have it, but I don't know the results.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So.
Now we are welcoming on stage again, please, Sebastian go first. He is gonna tell us about Lewis.
Let's introduce someone that needs
Hello.
no introduction. Thank you.
Hello. I would still need the slides also on this screen, so I don't have to move all the time. Thank you. So I would like to talk about highest NEOS scalability with an open source package called Decoupled Content Store. Who knows about that? Yeah, I guess just very few. Exactly. So what is this? In a normal NEOS instance, basically the web or your users directly call NEOS CMS, right? So that's just the usual approach. And then we have some kind of caching in there, and we try to make it fast and these kind of things. And this gives us lots of flexibility, but also it's in very extreme scenarios, it is very, very demanding in terms of performance. And Luis, actually, who knows Luis? Any bikers in here? Oh yeah, quite some. So for the others, I didn't know Luis before we started the project. So Luis is Europe's biggest motorcycle accessory online shop, basically. And it sounds niche, but it's not actually. It's like, I don't know, they have like, I think 20 markets. They have shops, physical shops all over Germany, Austria, the Netherlands, Switzerland, and they have a huge, I don't know, Versandzentrum in Hamburg. So like Amazon in small, but still with like picking and all this stuff. And I don't know how many thousands of packets they are sending every day. So it's actually quite big. And what is interesting about them is that they have a lot of different scale, because in winter usually nobody is biking, so they have just less sale. But then when temperatures get like this, then they have like their season start, and then like their usage of their website starts exploding. And it was like I think 8 years ago they approached us for wanting to use Neos from their homegrown old CMS solution and integrate that into the online shop. So that means, because of this high load, we wanted to do something different, and this is a pattern we actually tried with 1&1 beforehand. We have been 10 years ago. We have together with Network Team and NetLogix have worked for 1&1 to create the partner portals. So basically a reseller portal for these kind of products. And what is also interesting there is that they have these extreme load peaks, because at the beginning of the month, basically everybody wants to log into his account to understand how much provision he or she got, for instance, or they are doing campaigns where at one time, like, they are sending 500,000 emails and everybody's clicking this link leading to our portal. So that's like the extreme spikes we had. And what we tried back then and improved continuously and also rewritten and open sourced over time is actually this idea of decoupling the Neos system with the external world, in the sense that Neos is not publicly facing anymore, but Neos creates an artifact which we call a content release. So that's like a prepackaged content snippets. So it's basically rendered HTML pages for the website. And we push that to what we call the content store, which is a Redis instance. And there it's available for fast serving. And then from the other side, we have a layer which we call delivery layer, for which pulls this stuff out of the content store. And in Luis' case, for instance, this part is then this part is PHP, and here is a big, I don't know, Spryker shop or something like that. So a really big shop system, and basically there's some custom integration which pulls in the content at their pages, basically. So this is how it's like connected together. And for 1&1, this layer is actually Java code, because that was their policy back then, that like public-facing stuff has to be written in Java. But actually this layer is very thin, because it just needs to look up a page by URL from the content store, so from Redis, and then it basically dumps out the HTML. Yeah, so basic concept, all fine. Then, so what does that mean? It means all content is pre-generated. So that means it gives a lot of confidence. So that means if something breaks, it breaks during the rendering process, and this is before something hits the public website in any sense. So it's basically meaning we cannot package this content release fully. It will just break along the way, and then we have an error, we can fix things, and nobody will notice from the outside world. It also means Neos is not publicly reachable, which means we can drastically limit the attack surface to a system. We can increase scalability a lot. Yeah. The scalability is, who is using Redis, by the way? Yeah. And for caching, for something else than caching? Okay, so actually that's something I would encourage you to look at, because Redis is actually really, really powerful if you have some kind of like a gigabyte or 2 gigabytes of data and want to make this accessible extremely fast. And the core of Redis is basically just storing data in RAM, but you can also put, it has all kinds of data structures you can use for tracking, for counting things, for measuring sizes of sets, and lots of other things. So, and actually it's scriptable, it has some kind of transactions, so you have quite some security you can build with it. So it's way more than just the classical key value store. And the good thing is that Redis also has a way to replicate, for instance. So that means you can have multiple Redis systems replicating content or replicating their data along each other. And this is, for instance, what we also used in the beginning to synchronize data from the on-site data center where Neos was to the cloud where actually the delivery layer was. So basically shipping the content from the customer or from the editor to the customer. But it also has some drawbacks because it means changes take some time, right? I mean, it's not just like we are used to, we click publish and all is online, because we need basically some kind of pipeline which renders stuff. And I'll show you that in a second how this looks like. In terms of packages, we have gone through some iterations. So the first versions we used in the first version at 1.1 was not public. It was basically just like in, yeah, that was the first version. I think like 7 years ago or something. We rewrote it for more web, with the experience we had back then from the first releases, and we decided to make it public by then. And actually, this is 2 packages. The lower one is called PRunner. It's short for Pipeline Runner. Does anybody know that? Okay. And the other one is Decoupled Content Store. I'll first focus on PRunner, and then I'll go to Decoupled Content Store. And that's open source packages, both on GitHub, pretty well maintained, have a good README, and so on. So PRunner is a pipeline runner. It's basically, it consists of basically 2 parts, 3 parts. One is a binary which runs permanently, and which, this is the first one, which you just start in the background and which just works through your jobs if you have them. So it's pretty much like a GitLab pipeline, you could say, but just for anything else than just jobs, just GitLab or code. Then we have a small UI, okay? And Flowpack PRunner is actually the wrapper package to pull all this into the PHP ecosystem, and it's actually pretty nice. So you just install PRunner, Flowpack PRunner via Composer, and it will automatically download the correct PRunner Go pre-built version into the package, and it will just work for you. So it's actually a pretty smooth experience to use that. You will not usually notice that there is a binary, except that you need to start it in your process supervisor. And what you can build there is you can define pipelines in YAML. So it's like a directed acyclic graph. So you can say, okay, first do this, then do this, then do this, and so on. And you can branch off. You can also wait until the steps before are done, and so on. So this is roughly the pipeline we are using in the Decoupled Content Store package. I'll just explain it, what this means. What we do, we want a high confidence that everything is working. So that means in the first step, we enumerate all documents. So we just make a list of all the documents in the system which we want to render. Then we have something like the rendering, which is a few more steps, which I'll show in a bit. What this actually does, it tries to check if the documents are complete in the Neos content cache, and if so, it just takes the documents from the content cache, and if not, it just it triggers a rendering in the background. So then we have everything rendered. Then comes the validation phase. What this does is basically read content out again. Using the APIs, it can check, or we usually check, is the start page still there, for instance, or how many pages changed from, like, if we before had 1,000 pages and now we have 500, there's probably a problem, right? I mean, then somebody has just removed half of the content. That should probably not go live. And we have quite some checks in there for now. Then comes the transfer phase. That's basically taking this content release, these set of Redis keys, and move them wherever they are needed into any other Redis system. And finally, there's the switch phase, and this is just a single, it's like a pointer switch in Redis, basically saying, not this content release is live anymore, but now this one. So, and this is how the content goes live. Yeah, this pre-runner has some pretty nice features. It can run arbitrary CLI scripts, so we usually use flow commands there, but you could also use any other commands you would like. It has variables, so you can also configure other environment stuff there. You can limit concurrency, which is important for the content release. So you can say there should be only one running at a time, so they don't overrun each other or stuff like that. There's something like called a waitlist. So that means if one content release is running and our editors still continue to work on things, it might be useful to. We basically know that after the release has finished, we have to do another release so that the new content goes online, basically, what the people have been working on. And that's the waitlist. And it can also do something like debouncing, like, okay, if two editors trigger a release within, let's say, 1 minute, then just one release is started, for instance. And there's something like error notifications, so you can run a script like a curl command, or which posts a Slack message if something goes wrong, or these kind of things. So it's just very tailored towards running pipelines. Yeah, and it's it's really stable. And then we have this other package on top, the decoupled content store. And if you install that, then you get a new backend module, which looks like this. It's basically showing the content store releases. So every line is one release. The identifier is the timestamp when it started. You see this one is active right now. And you see currently we have about 4 gigabytes of data in here. We have a few environments, so where we are publishing content through. And then you get some stats here, basically some overview stats. And if you click one single content release, then you see the full pipeline in full detail. And so we talked about prepare and enumeration already. Rendering, actually, you see that the rendering is parallel. So there are currently for LUIS, we use 20 render workers in parallel, which render all the pages. And you already see here some numbers. So we have currently about 35,000 documents which need to be rendered in Neos. And the whole process currently takes about 40 minutes right now. If we start from scratch, if the content release is empty, if the caches are empty, then it takes like 40 minutes to flush out to build everything up, which we try to push further down. So we currently working on adding performance measurements into the system so that we can also more efficiently diagnose what we need to tune to push this number down. And it's basically, we are always fighting against this number. So when we started, I think we had like 10,000 enumerated pages, and then LUIS started to create like 20 other dimensions or something like that. And this, of course, increases the number of documents we have tremendously. Yeah, and what you also see in here, you probably can't read this, but here are also steps like LUIS snippets, or here these ones with LUIS prefixed. So you can actually customize that and add your own steps to this rendering process. So the decoupled content store ships a standard pipeline template file, but you copy this into your project and you adjust it to your needs. So this means, for instance, for LUIS, we have extra APIs. There's some kind of stores API where you can get an information which stores exist and their address and these kind of things, but in a structured way, so not just as an HTML dump. And these things are rendered in these extra steps then and put into JSON and so on. Right. So that means the pipeline is extensible, as already said. So this means these green parts are LUIS specific now. So stores we already talked about. Snippets is something like reusable elements they can also reference in Spryker, so in their shop system. So there's stuff like the footer and stuff like, I don't know, if you buy a motorcycle helmet, there's some kind of Helmberater, it is called. So that's also content from Neos, which is placed on certain pages in the shop. And these are all snippets we are rendering. The parallel rendering is actually, I already touched it briefly. So we have this orchestrator. That's basically the one which checks, is everything there? What do we need? And then it adds things to the pipeline. so that the render workers can pick things up. And this all is integrated with the Neos content cache, so that actually content is not re-rendered too much, and it relies on the fact that you set up your content cache markers well, so then this way you can basically control how much gets re-rendered if something gets changed. And this way we get a really, really consistent state of all the documents, all links work, all pages are updated, which needed, and so on. But of course, this needs a bit of tuning. Yeah, the validation phase already is pretty extensible. So the standard ones are some like, does the document count match with the expectations? Did the document count go down a lot? This is already set. If some documents are missing, are they really deleted, for instance? That's also an interesting check. So are they really missing from the database? And then we have some custom ones, like as said, does the homepage exist, and can I actually read all the data via the custom PHP API layer? Right now, like 2 months ago, 3 months ago, no, half a year ago, we did a big major release, version 2. And there we added the system that you can actually create new rendering formats. Before it was all tied to Fusion. And but now there's also an app which needs some JSON content from us. So we created a way that you can also do PHP-based rendering, so to speak, PHP-based data output into your system. So it's extensible into multiple data channels, so to speak. All right. Just some numbers for Louis so that you get a scale. So we have about 1,000 to 3,000 documents in Neos per dimension. That's not really the problem, as you see. So it's not really, really huge by that matter. But we have 28 dimensions. And that is a lot. So we have, for instance, we have German for Germany, German for Austria, German for Switzerland, business German, which is like for business customers, some special way, and so on. And this just adds up a lot. And this makes it 36,000 documents in the content store. And all the content is zipped, but still it ends up with 320 megabytes of content per content release. So that is all text, so zip text. So you can imagine it's actually quite a lot of text if you unpack that. Yeah, the minimal release takes 11 minutes, but from these 11 minutes, currently it's about 7 minutes spent in the validation phase. So that's the next thing we're also going to optimize probably to get this number down. So it's really about, we really try to push this number down regularly. So working against the Louis growth basically. And the full release takes about 45 minutes right now, which is still okay for this amount of content and so on. And as already said, currently we have 20 parallel render workers which are started, but which all run on the same machine. It's just it's a virtual server from AWS, but it would be actually better if it would be more hardware close and it wouldn't be AWS. Okay, yeah, next steps. We will, I think, end of this year, we will work on the Neos 9 version because we are planning to upgrade Louis to Neos 9. This has not been done for project planning reasons basically so far. But we have done quite a lot of Neos 9 updates for smaller projects and medium-sized projects by now, so we are starting to get to the really big customers in the next steps like Louis. And also we will change then Decoupled Content Store to Neos 9 as a new version as well. As said, we will work on performance measurement integrated into it, so probably with Plumber, so that you can directly measure traces from production and see how long certain things take, how database queries, how many database queries are done, and so on, so that we get a better feeling what you can actually optimize. Yeah, and the important shift is actually in thinking that you have to pre-produce everything basically, right? So it's basically you cannot just have a contact form basically, because Neos is never reachable. You can put out your content form, but you need another way to get the data back in. So that is the change of thinking you need to have. So it's certainly a way which it has its trade-offs in both sides, but if going this pattern, you get extreme stability and extreme performance, and this is very, very valuable, and the customers are really happy with this solution. So thank you. Yeah, and as said, it's all on Flowpack, so all this stuff is open source on GitHub. Yeah.
Don't go anywhere, because while the app currently doesn't have any questions, I do. How do you do it?
What?
All of it.
Well, I mean, this was like 10 years ago or something, so it's like, I mean, it's like piece by piece. So.
But you're still very involved, obviously, in the tech side of Sandstorm, and then you do the conference things, and you have a family. Like, what do you sacrifice? Sleep?
No, I have a good team, actually.
An awarded team.
And they are doing a good job. So, I mean, I'm sometimes feeling a bit bad because, like, Marika is doing all the hard conference organizing work, and I'm like, I'm just doing some decisions or whatever, and they're giving my senf to the topics. I don't know. So,
your mustard.
My mustard, yes. So, so yeah.
I think it only feels like that. All right, thank you so much. I'm going to refresh if maybe a question. Nope, no questions.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Remember how I started the session saying that I had one more service announcement? I lied. I have one more. And now I forgot it. No, I remember. As we are exiting this room, do you want to help stack the chairs really quick? It'll help tear down of this place go so much faster. Oh, more service announcements.
wow.
I lied again.
Just to be sure that this reaches everybody. So in case you got charged during checkout, this was not planned and this was a miscommunication. So please go to the hotel reception again. They will reimburse your money back. So because it's actually all covered, you already paid for your NeosCon ticket and your sleep and so on. So we take care of everything. So in case this happened to you, please go back to the reception because they also have to reimburse the stuff because they charged for it. So sorry for that, yeah.
Well, yeah, and that's our last minutes here on stage.
Yes.
That was it for us, at least. Our team of hosts is larger than the two of us. It's still Toby and Christian on the center stage, where you hopefully are going to go now for the last talk and for the closing. Well,
but you won't be seeing any of us on a stage anymore. So thank you so much for your time, your attention, and see you next year.
Yeah, and
or later.
Or later. Thank you for being such a great audience, such an interactive and friendly
smart
audience.
Questions. Everybody pointed out how smart the questions were.
And thank you, Maya, for being the beautiful and articulate and spontaneous part on the stage. I only wear the funny shoes.
You're the reliable half. Thank you.
Thank you. Have fun.
I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all.